we've been wanting to host an IONS ourselves. Considering it's such a relatively new chapter, it's a really good accomplishment that we can host an IONS this year. I'm excited to come and present my work. I'm excited to meet all the student chapter members again. I'm excited to meet new student chapters and see what they're up to. All the very best to the organizers, and I'm sure the attendees will have a lot of fun. Bye.
Hi, this gives me so much happiness to record this video because it's for IONS Manipal, and I cannot believe that it's just the third year of the chapter and we're already hosting an IONS. It's a dream come true, and this has only possibly been possible because of all the hard work that every member of this chapter has put in, all the professors, all the research scholars, all my juniors, and they've done a really great job in maintaining the progress of this chapter. And for everyone attending IONS Manipal this year, Manipal is a beautiful city, so make sure you make most of your time that you have here. And I would just want to wish the entire organizing committee and everyone good luck. And I really hope you have really good, fruitful scientific discussions along with a lot of fun and other stuff. So yes, good luck and have a great time.
IONS for you, IONS is like a platform to learn and at the same time teach. Exposure, experience, personal development.
What's IONS for you?
Science. IONS is work. IONS is a lot of work. IONS is interesting work.
What is IONS for you?
Theory of science. A learning opportunity. IONS is fun.
And it's a place where you display your creativity. Opportunity to know more.
Okay.
A little bit of pride because we are organizing it, international conference and everything.
As Manipal 2019.
Yes, so what do you think about it?
It will be a great event.
So how do you feel that our chapter is organizing IONS this year?
So IONS, International OSA network of students, is a networking between the students and the scientists. And our Manipal OSA student chapters, they are organizing this time in 2019 in Manipal. And all because of the chapter members' activities, they are hardworking. Yeah, I wish good luck
to them. Once in a casual discussion, Dr. Nirmal was telling about his OSA experience. Then I asked him, why not you start Manipal OSA student chapter in Manipal? This was the humble beginning. The Manipal OSA student chapter is actively involved in many community outreach efforts. I am very happy to see that chapter has made it possible to host IONS Manipal 2019. It is solely because of their hard work and dedication. It is my great pleasure to welcome the delegates of IONS Manipal 2019 to the School of Life Sciences Mahe, and hope you will have a wonderful experience from this visit. I have every reason to be confident that IONS Manipal 2019 would be a great success. Thank you very much.
I'm happy that Manipal branch of Optical Society of America is conducting an international conference later this week. Optical Society of America conducts these conferences each year at different parts of the world. Optical Society of America, in fact, promotes research and training among the students, and these conferences provide an opportunity for the students to interact with world-renowned researchers and scientists in the field of optics. Manipal branch of Optical Society of America has been very active by conducting various educational programs within the community, and I'm very happy to note that the society has organized this 4-day conference here at Manipal Academy of Higher Education. I wish all the best during this conference.
I would like to appreciate each and everyone present here behind this video. Please give a round of applause for all of them. I now hand over the mic to Shannon. She'll be proceeding with the next session.
A very good morning to everyone present. We're now going to begin with the conference. So, it is my great pleasure to present our speaker, an esteemed personality in his field, Dr. Alex Pitkin. Dr. Alex Pitkin is an engineering physicist, a biomedical engineer by training, with further specialization in medical physics and applications of lasers in medicine. He is currently a professor of medical biophysics and radiation oncology at the University of Toronto, a senior scientist in the Division of Biophysics and Bioimaging at the Ontario Cancer Institute, topical editor for Optics Letters, Optical Society of America, and a clinical medical physicist at Princess Margaret Hospital. His research in the field of biophotonics, with particular emphasis on optical coherence tomography, tissue polarimetry, and optical fiber sensors. He has published over 100 papers and book chapters on diagnostic and therapeutic uses of light in biomedicine, holds several patents in the field, and currently runs a large laboratory with several undergraduate and graduate students and postdoctoral clinical fellows. His laboratory works closely with clinicians and with the industry, and he is a consultant for several biophotonics companies. He has served as a session chair and program organizer for various conferences in biomedical optics, such as Photonics North, Canadian Association of Physicists, Biothermoacoustics in Medicine, Laser Applications in Life Sciences, OSA Optics and Photonics Congress, and soon the European Conference on Biomedical Optics. He'll be talking on photon mayhem using light for structural and functional assessment of biological tissue. So can we please have a round of applause for our speaker, Dr. Alex Pitkin.
the, okay. That's, okay. I'm sorry, what's this one? You have to do it. Okay, we can turn this off because they gave me this thing. Okay, that's good. It's projecting here. Need to project. No, I don't. It's okay. I can use it here. No, no, don't worry about it. Just a laser pointer. And then if I have a video with audio, do I need an audio table? Okay. All right. So we're all good? Okay, so where's the laser pointer? Okay. We need to turn the lights down a bit here or no? So they can see the images. All right. Can everyone hear me okay in the back? Okay. My apologies for the audiovisual problems here, but we're back online. So once again, it gives me great pleasure to give the first address of this conference. So as advertised, I'm Alex Vitkin. I hail from Canada, from Toronto, and I'm going to talk about biophotonics. I generally start these talks on behalf of OSA and so forth, more general than this, and talk about photonics. But since this is a biotechnology, primarily biotechnology people, I will cut in right into biophotonics. So I'm going to talk about some of our work we do in the cancer research. So I'll talk a little bit about enabling photonics technology developments, and I'll spend most of the time talking about applications. So just to basically define the problem and give you some context of what this conference and certainly my talk is going to be about, we're talking about biomedical applications of light. So photonics, you know that it's much broader than biophotonics. This is basically to do with manipulation, transmission, measurement, and generation of light. And light is broadly defined here as from visible to near infrared to ultraviolet and so forth. And biophotonics is application of that to life sciences. Now, why is that important and why is that a good match? So there's several reasons, but one of the major ones are listed here. So the photon energies, and you probably know they're of the order of several electron volts, are of the order of molecular energy levels in biological molecules. So you can do very specific manipulations at molecular level, molecular medicine, and also the wavelength of the order of a micron or half a micron or 2 microns, whatever it is of the order of the size of the tissue cells or subcellular organelles or tissue microstructures that you want possibly probe. So both on the energy side and on the wavelength side or scale side, you have a nice mix. So in biophotonics, we basically use light to probe tissues for diagnostics and advanced microscopy, which I call analytics. And we also use light to modify tissues for optotherapeutics, things like photodynamic therapy and photothermal therapy. So what do we do in Toronto? We have a very large group. I'm one of the professors there. There's 4 or 5 others. So we have a group of about 60 or 70 people of all backgrounds doing optical therapeutics, as I mentioned, photothermal, photochemical, specifically photodynamic therapies. Some work on optical diagnostics, which is what I'll mostly talk about when I talk about optical coherence imaging. And a lot of work on advanced microscopies, which I won't talk about today, but there's other speakers who will speak about that. So my own work is mostly photonics-based tissue assessment for optical diagnostics and treatment monitoring, and I'll give you some examples how we use a technique called OCT, optical coherence tomography, for that type of work. By the way, if some of the students are new to this field or entering this field, you might want to check out this portal, biophotonicsworld.org, which we put together with Canadian Institute of Photonics Innovation and National Science Foundation. And that not only gives you some idea what the field is about, but it gives you much more important information as to which groups are hiring, who is looking for postdocs, what opportunities for exchange exist, and so forth. So you might want to check out this portal if you're interested. Some examples before I get into the specifics of the work that we do in our lab, what kind of things are happening in and around Toronto in the biophotonics space. So we do a lot of imaging and spectroscopy, mostly preclinical, but a lot of clinical work as well. So this is preclinical work on cellular level and animal level. We do a lot of endoscopies. I don't know how many of you know what an endoscope is, but it's basically a light pipe to see the internal structures, the internal orifices of human bodies, the gastrointestinal tract being an example, the pulmonary tract, some of the other orifices that are available for endoscopic and cystoscopic examinations. We do also a lot of optical therapies. Again, this just to give me an idea of how familiar people are with this, do most people know what PDT stands for? Has people heard of photodynamic therapy and use of light-activated drugs? And this is interstitial laser photocoagulation. This is actually some both clinical examples of brain PDT following surgical resection of brain tumors, and this is with fluorescent guidance. So this is now using kind of a diagnostic, a classical diagnostic technique based on fluorescence, but not for diagnosis, but for improving the therapies and for looking at residual disease during surgery. And that's something I'll come back to later on in some examples I'll show you from my work. So a couple of basic, simple concepts before we get into specifics. When I shine light into tissue, and the lights don't actually allow you to see this, but you can demonstrate a lot of the tissue optics by looking at how light propagates just at the tip of your finger. If you had a red laser pointer, you would see a completely different pattern because of different absorption and different scattering interactions. So you can ask the question, what happens to light when you shine it onto biological tissue? What does it go? Where does it go? And maybe perhaps more importantly, what does it do when it gets there? So is it an interaction that you can exploit for assessment or diagnostic information? Is it an interaction you exploit for therapeutic information? So here's some general considerations. This is the type of interactions that do happen. If you want to treat tissue, if you want to do some manipulation, if you want to do therapy, cancer, or whatever else, then this is an important interaction. In fact, it's crucial. So the first law of biophotonics is that therapy has to follow absorption. So in the absence of absorption, you don't get any therapeutic effects. Again, if you're doing diagnostics, you might not want to do absorption unless you're doing something like photoacoustics, in which case you do need some absorption and so forth. So the relative probability of all these events that are listed here depends on the wavelength and depends on the type of tissue. And to see that, you can just look around the room and you see different colors of people's skin, different colors of people's eyes, even clothing, and not just wavelength effects as well as different tissue effects. That's quite important to consider when you do kind of optical design considerations. And this is by far the most common interaction in the wavelength that I'm describing here, and that's multiple scattering. So this is elastic scattering when the direction of the photon is randomized, but the color or the energy and some of the other mechanisms are still retained. So I'm going to concentrate on the stuff that actually comes back from the tissue, generally in retroreflection, although you can use it in transmission as well. And those are the types of interactions that they can report something on biological tissues. So this is just an example of what happens when you have fixed absorption and you increase scattering to basically tissue levels. So you have this diffuse glow balls where the energy is retained, but the spatial information is all scrambled. Okay, so a little more specifics. What do we do in the Wittgen lab? What do I spend my time with? And so 3 different areas. I'll speak mostly on this. I won't talk about our work on endoscopy and specific probes, but I'll talk about our work on using in vivo microscopy in a preclinical and clinical context, not only to see fine structures, but to see microvasculature. So I'm going to talk a lot about blood flow and Doppler effect and speckle and so forth. So I'll talk about that. I won't talk about our optical fiber sensors for thermal therapy, and I won't talk, probably in the interest of time, on using polarized light for surgical guidance and also for looking at glucose concentrations, potentially looking at tissue anisotropy. But if anyone has questions, happy to discuss that or give a talk on the side if needed. Okay, so OCT, again, just like PDT, I imagine most people have heard of it. This is optical coherence tomography. This is a very unusual technique in that despite all this diffusion and diffuse propagation of light and multiple scattering, this is the one that actually gives you high resolution information. It doesn't give it to you to a very great depth. So the depth of imaging in OCT is very limited. And while I talk, I'll see if I can play this movie. Yes, so this is, okay, worked before, anyways. Very briefly, just showing a couple of cardiac cycles of an amphibian, of Xenopus lavis, which is a frog embryo. And if I'll just play it a couple of times, you can see some of the good and the bad of this technique. So it's very high resolution, it's not invasive, there's no contrast agents. I'll show you how it works, but it's also very limited in depth. So this whole field of view is about 2.5 by 2.5 millimeters. So you're never going to use this technique to see through meters of tissue or centimeters of tissue, even multiple millimeters of tissue like you can with ultrasound or with X-ray, with MR, with SPECT, with PET, and so forth. But you do see it to a great level of detail, to essentially micron level. And this lends itself very nicely to optical fibers and other methods to make this in vivo applicable in the clinic. And I'll show you several examples of that. So I'm not going to, we've been in this field for maybe 20 years now, and I'm going to spend all the time describing what we did and what we didn't do. But I'll talk about some of the technical development we did for Doppler and speckle variants to look at blood flow and how we use that to monitor therapies. Again, this is not diagnostics. This is already knowing that a person or an animal or whatever has pathology, how do we treat it better? How do we use things like photodynamic therapy or radiation therapy to make the treatment better by using this technique to give us information and feedback? Okay, let's see. Very briefly, in the interest of time, how does OCT work? Again, my apologies if this is also basic, you know all this stuff, but just in case you don't. How do you get high resolution information in tissue? This is how you do it. So you have a pretty crappy laser, basically, a low coherence laser, not nearly as good as this laser pointer, but not nearly as bad as the overhead light, somewhere in between. So if you have a low coherence beam, you send all of it towards a beam splitter. So part of it goes to the tissue and part of it goes to a reference mirror. So this is an interferometer. You know everything about this path. So 100% of the light comes back here. A fraction of the light from different interfaces comes back there. They interfere with the detector and you get these interference fringes to some kind of complicated signal. Now the trick to using OCT is you move this back and forth, and the interference fringes, the sine square pattern that you get, are very localized in space because this is such a poor laser source. So as I move the two arms of the interferometer, the sine square pattern kind of dies out and I just get DC intensity. So by moving this reference mirror back and forth, I can get interference fringes that represent different depth in the tissues. So that's basically how we do a depth scan or an A scan. So if you see this kind of crazy little squiggle, that's what you detect. And then if you look at the envelope height or the envelope detection, that'll give you the reflectivity, and the depth information is encoded in the position of this reference mirror. So that's how you form images, and you scan this in 2 dimensions or in 3 dimensions for that matter, and you get all this imaging information. This is briefly the same thing as I just was mentioning to you before, going back and forth. This is the one equation that I'll show you, and don't worry about it. Actually, the way it's displayed, you can't really see it anyways. But it's related to the spectral properties of the source, the spectral width, how unlaser-like it is, or how poor it is, how non-uniform color it is. And this is represented here. For reasons of tissue optics, we choose this near-infrared wavelength to do all our interrogations, most of our interrogations. What we actually do is, I kind of lied to you, we don't do this anymore. This was so-called time domain OCT. Now we work in Fourier and frequency domain OCT. And the advantage of that is we don't really move anything here. This is a fixed reference mirror. There's a lot of stuff happening under the hood in the light source. So this is a swept source, light source. And then you get a much more complicated signal because nothing is moving. So you get all these interferences contributing at once. You get this mess. That looks like a real mess, and this is wavelength or wave number. But if you look at these equations, my apologies, I don't know why they're coming out so dark. If you do an inverse Fourier transform of this complicated signal, you recover A as a function of Z, which is reflectivity as a function of depth. So this is just a trick we use to do this. This is what a typical system looks like. We have several. Some are now, you can get commercial, or you can adopt commercial systems. Some of it in the early days we had to do from scratch using laser sources, interferometers, and optical fibers, photodetectors, and so forth. This is some, I won't bore you with this, but now this is a full complex signal, so we're not looking only just at the intensity, but amplitude and phase quadrature, and that gets important when we look at things like Doppler, or if you look at OCT elastography. Just very briefly, OCT is kind of right in the middle. So if we look at penetration depth, so the deeper you can see versus resolution, the size of the Christmas balls kind of represents how fine of a detail you can see. This is somewhere right between really detailed microscopy, which is very superficial, and much more whole body medical imaging approaches. This is right in the middle. It's actually interesting that these things form essentially a straight line with a slope of about 200. So imaging depth seems to be always about 200 times greater than the size of your pixel. So that's how deep you can see, whether it's X-rays or ultrasound or whatever. So OCT is right in the middle. Let me skip this in the interest of time and tell you a little bit where we're going with this technology. So where we're going with this, and one of our directions is to use this technology to detect microvasculature. So not just structure, that's somewhat interesting, but sometimes it's kind of boring and biologically doesn't really tell you that much dynamic or functional information. So we're very interested in venules, capillaries, and arterioles, really fine details that are very difficult to see. And in fact, there's no in vivo method to directly see them. There are many reasons why this is very important, especially in cancer, because the vascular supply of a tumor is much more chaotic and is not nearly as responsive. It's unpredictable in compared to normal tissues. But this is fake. This is a plastic cast of a dead tissue. So we want to do this in vivo using some of our optical technology. So that's the challenge. Can we do this type of information and use it to monitor treatments without having to, this is a micro CT plastic cast, or you can do a transmission electron microscopy or scanning electron microscopy that gives you this types of destructive information. How can you do this non-invasively? So this is one approach. There's many others, and we've perfected some others, but let me tell you a little bit about this. So this is using preclinical models right now. So this is mice. This is specifically a certain type of mice that has immunocompromised. So it's called a nude or a skid mice. And to make things a little easier for us, although we don't have to, but just to make really nice pictures, we can implant a piece of glass called a window chamber. It's almost like a contact lens, that one of the lenses I'm wearing now. If you can put it to replace part of the skin to reduce the scattering, then you get a window into the animal physiology in a relatively non-invasive manner. It's a little invasive, but it's a good platform. It's a good model. And then you can implant, for example, tumor cells and watch them develop, watch them grow, and see what happens to the tumor cells, what happens to the vasculature, what happens to the connective tissue. More importantly, you can now treat that tumor using chemotherapy or photodynamic therapy or radiation therapy, and vary all these parameters in a very systematic way, like the dose or the field size or fractionation schedule and so forth, and see what the results are. So this is just a white light photograph. This is a blow up of that white light photograph. This is when you inject contrast agents using fluorescent contrast agent, in this case, fixidextran. You can see the vasculature. And this is this new method we developed, which doesn't use any contrast agents, and it's depth resolved, although I'm just showing you two-dimensional projection, based on OCT, and we call it speckle variance OCT. I'll briefly describe you how that works. Sorry, that's one more equation. So our idea was that we've done a lot of Doppler work, which is the conventional method for monitoring flow and motion. But we were never too happy with it because it's very signal processing dependent, and it's also very much dependent on the actual speed of flow, and it's also dependent on the Doppler angle. So to a first approximation, if your vessel or if your blood flow is perpendicular to your beam, you see no Doppler shift. So you have to always have a component in the direction of your scanning. And sometimes that's not possible. So we developed a much simpler way, which we thought was simpler, but a lot of people didn't believe, but eventually it worked. And that's called, we look at these speckles. So if you recall that beating tadpole heart that I showed about 10 minutes ago, you can see a lot of this salt and pepper noise on it. That's called a speckle. So that's kind of interference between different wave fronts that gives you this kind of checkerboard pattern. Looks like a chessboard. And generally it's considered noise because it hides the underlying structures, but sometimes it can be in signal. So in this case, we're using it to see how persistent in time the speckle is. And the idea is very simple. If, however complicated this pattern is, if it's emanating from solid tissue, then it will be the same in time. So if we take many pictures of this audience and compare them, then I should only see, when I do the comparison, only the people who are fidgeting, who are moving, who are not staying fixed. If the people are staying fixed, that speckle pattern will stay the same. So the idea was that if we look at blood or tissue or fluids, we would see this speckle changing. And that's what this equation represents. So that's what we went through, and this is the kind of pictures we can get. So this is now 3 dimensions. So this is in depth, up to 0.5 millimeter in depth encoded. And this, again, no contrast agents and very, very fine capillary level resolution. And you can look at how this blows up if you have a much smaller field of view. There's a lot of details I'm hiding, but the principle is explained. And then beyond pretty pictures, when you compare normal vasculature to tumor vasculature, you can now begin to talk about some quantification. That was spend a lot of time skeletonizing these vascular trees and go beyond picture. So picture is very impressive, but picture, they say, is worth 1,000 words, but perhaps a certain quantifiable number, set of numbers, may be worth many pictures. So that's the background. Very briefly, how do we use this? So as mentioned in the introduction, I'm also a radiation physicist, so I work with radiation oncologists. We use a lot of radiation treatments for clinical stuff, for clinical treatments. And one of our problems is that the radiation is so effective that the effects are not easily visible. And in fact, about 20% of the time, things look good, and then the treatment fails. We don't quite know why that happens. So there's a lot of work on treatment course corrections or treatment response monitoring. So delivering radiation treatments, or any information you can glean from the progress of treatment to make the rest of it patient-specific and better. So we thought that we can apply some of our microvascular approaches to look at what's the effect of microvasculature upon radiation, because the cellular effects of radiation are well known, microvascular effects are not well known at all. So that's what we've done, and we've been so-called shining light on radiotherapy for the last 4 or 5 years, both in a preclinical model as well as some clinical studies for radiation. This is just an abbreviation for radiation. So let me show you some of the results on this part. So the preclinical stuff using the window chamber and looking at the microvasculature. I will not spend too much time going into radiation biology, which is the actual question we're trying to seek answers to, other than to say that as doses, the radiation doses increases, the effects upon microvasculature are more important. And in the field of radiation oncology, we're actually now trying to use fewer fractions with large doses, as opposed to currently where we have very small daily fractions and we repeat it 25 or 30 times. So as those get higher, and this is a unit of radiation doses of gray, there is more importance of the vascularity. And so that's summarized here. And this available data is quite incomplete and inconsistent. So this is relevance. And for the non-radiation oncology audience, I'll skip that. There is a lot of models in the literature. This is one of them. They're mostly inventions in the sense that there's no direct experimental evidence for some of these models, although they're published in very serious publications and they look at a lot of data to date, but a lot of it is very indirect data. So we wanted to really check what happens in a very controlled environment when we know the radiation dose and we can track in time what's happening. So this is our kind of experimental design parameters. So this is this piece of glass that I mentioned to you, the window chamber. This is, we have a small animal radiator with fine beam spot sizes and very good control of the symmetry. That's specifically for animals. And we know how to calculate those. And we use the scaff chromic film dosimetry to know if that's exactly 3 gray or 17 gray. And we have got control on that. And then we can use some of our technology to see what's happening to the tumor and to the surrounding normal tissues as a function of time and as a function of dose. And all of those things are very difficult / impossible to do any other way. So it's quite exciting research. This is just some of the early stuff, so let's get on to. So this is kind of our platform, shining light on radiotherapy. I'll talk a little bit about this, how we can see how these things change. We can see the difference between them already, but how do they change in response to doses? This is some stuff that I won't talk about. This is pushing this technology to also look at lymphatic lymphatic fluid flow. Why only limit our platform to blood? There's other important liquids or fluids in the body. And so we're trying to push the envelope to look at lymphatics, look at interstitial fluid and vascular leakage. Also look at the spatial texture to delineate obviously tumor from normal, but also response to therapies and some flow work that I'll skip for now. So again, just to summarize, here's our experimental platform. This is the type of kind of imaging information we get in 3 dimensions. This is actually represented in 3 dimensions. So this is how tumorous tissue looks, and this is how normal tissue looks. These are kind of general pictures, as it were. This is more for the techies in the audience, how we do this calculation of speckle variance and how we go from relatively unexciting spatial kind of tomograms, how we stack them up, how we compare the speckle patterns, how we do this encoding based on the speckle variance signal, how we generate two-dimensional, three-dimensional vascular map, and how we do this three-dimensional reconstruction. So then in addition to that, we do a lot of work on deriving different metrics. How do you describe that picture in 3 dimensions? So we talk about vessel tortuosity, Euclidean distance, fractal dimensions, and so forth. Some of which requires an intermediate step of skeletonizing. So basically putting a skeleton to represent that 3-dimensional tissue. And very briefly, and I think I'm running out of time, is that right? Not sure how much time I had because I started late. Let me just share with you one final study we did, which looked at this in relatively great detail. Even though I'm not a biologist, but I know enough about different mouse strains and the biophysics in addition to the physics, that there's pros and cons for different types of animal types, different types of tumor cell lines, whether it's an appropriate model. So I'll show you some of the work for this particular type of mouse and this particular pancreatic cancer. So it's a little overwhelming in a sense. This is hours and hours of work and a lot of post-processing. So you get these beautiful pictures. This is where we interjected with a 20-gray dose in the middle of the tumor. So how the heck do you make sense of that? There's so many things happening. There's so much information. What do you do with that? So we went for the simplest stuff right now, and we have much more complicated stuff in the pipeline, where we just looked at vascular volume density. So essentially, we're representing this wealth of information with just density of microvasculature, which is a real undersampling of this whole possible parameter space. So we'll get back to that. So this is looking in time, so several weeks in time, different time imaging sequences of 10 gray, 20 gray, and 30 gray doses. And not surprisingly, you see different features of the curve, and you see the dip and the delay of tumor growth and so forth. And this is, we're trying to compare with that model in the literature that I showed you, and it actually seems to be relatively well recapitulated. Let me skip a little more of that, because not only do we measure this vascular volume density, but independently we also measure the tumor volume and tumor viability. So there's a lot of like biological pictures emerging here, but I won't bore you with too much detail. This was stuff on the order of weeks to months. There's also even a more immediate response to radiation. So this is looking to almost before radiation, immediately after, 30 minutes after, 45, an hour, and an hour and a half. Again, there's a lot of action happening. The number is just the vascular density, where 100% is what we call before the radiation. So whether that's vessel constriction and so forth, we don't quite know yet, but we're exploring that. Now, what we're also doing is analyzing our data a little better. Because I think we're really very naive in how we've analyzed that data. And so we're trying to get into machine learning and artificial intelligence. It's quite challenging to do because we don't have that much data. Most of these approaches work with hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of images. We don't have that, but we have a lot of longitudinal data, and we also have a lot of spatial resolution. So we can subdivide our data or images into subsections and then get around that problem. And the idea is, can we come up with answers, predictive answers to, for example, is one scenario that the radiation therapy is working well, no side effects expected, so proceed as planned, versus tumor unlikely to respond, need corrective action, you better stop therapy, alter the therapy. Can we answer those type of really complicated questions without carrying out the full course of the therapies? And we don't know that yet, and we're working on that. So very briefly, let me conclude by showing you one or two clinical examples where we go beyond the little animals and we actually go into the clinic. This is some of the work I do in collaboration with a group in Russian Federation, former Soviet Union. And this is real-time monitoring of radiation therapy patients between their fractions. This is some of the probes we designed. This is real-time display of structural information, layer definition, and microvasculature. And the idea is we can derive these types of vascular tomograms in 3 dimensions at different times following therapy between fractions of radiation therapy. And the exciting thing is here, this is radiation dose where the person had most of the head and neck cancer pathology on one side of the cheek. So this is the left side versus the right side. They obviously respond differently, but more importantly, we can, so nothing much is happening on the unradiated cheek, and there's much more vascular alterations happening where the dose is higher. This is when there's some problems developing. This is so-called mucositis, one of the side effects of radiation therapy. We can see changes much earlier than the clinical manifestations. So this gives us a window of opportunity to potentially do some corrective measures or interject if we so wish to. Also extending this to another radiation complication called fibrosis, radiation fibrosis. And so we're looking at how basically scar tissue forms and what is the involvement of microvasculature in that. And again, we're comparing our structural and 3-dimensional microvascular metrics with histology. Histology is, of course, under samples, a lot of it. You can't do it in humans easily. And it's also dead tissue. We're looking non-invasively in vivo in live patients. So let me conclude at least this part of the talk. So on the physics side, we seem to know the optics well enough to do functional tissue imaging, at least in 1 or 2 millimeters of tissue. We're adding blood flow information. We're going to analyze our pictures much better, and we're also going to look at other important biological fluids. On the bio side of this project, we are noticing that small vessels respond differently from large vessels to radiation. We also want to examine this kind of construct in the literature that you actually need higher doses to get vascular involvement. So we're going to lower the doses and to see if we can retain the visibility of some of the effects. We haven't looked at fractionation, but that's important for clinical radiotherapy, prognostic vascular monitoring, and also this ART, which is adaptive radiotherapy. Can we do actually mid-flight corrections of radiation therapy delivery based on some of the vascular information? So I think I've spent long enough for this. Let me just thank you for your attention. I'll ask questions, and maybe as we conclude, there's a nice video I might just play for you if it works. There's no sound, so maybe we won't do that. If we can just get the sound here. Is there a way to get the sound? Do you have it plugged in?
So audio, we have to change. HDMI is inbuilt audio, so we have to change the headphone.
Okay. Oh, we have to change the input to headphone. Okay, so let's do that. Just give me a second and we'll have a movie for you. Headphones? Yeah. Try that. Okay, that sounds better. Okay. So this is a science program in North America called
Okay, I've had a pretty good look at the inside of my body, and it's not quite ready for prime time. So, what about the outside packaging? The skin is the biggest organ in the body and the most visible, at least on the outside.
This is the hospital where I work. This is one of the TV personalities.
I spend a lot of time under powerful magnets probing my organs and brain cells. Maybe I was looking too deep. There's a lot going on just 1 or 2 millimeters under the surface of my skin.
If you can just put your chin on the chin rest and open your mouth widely.
If I really want to discover my body from the inside out, I shouldn't ignore what's just under the skin. The Ontario Cancer Institute is using an infrared laser to image layers of tissue at the back of my tongue. It's called optical coherence tomography.
We're very interested to know the subsurface layer structure and blood flow within the so-called oral mucosa. That's a fancy term for the inside of the mouth.
It's all part of a clinical pilot study to help patients who have lesions, scabs, or have trouble swallowing, all potential side effects from radiation therapy. It's actually harder to sit still with your mouth open and your tongue still than you might think. But I did okay, right?
Yeah, it was fine.
Okay, good. All those years of making faces finally comes in handy. This time my lip tissue goes under the laser spotlight.
Out, yeah, that's fine.
There's a lot of data for the computer to digest, but the results are impressive. So Alex, can you explain what we're looking at here?
This is the subsurface structures of the oral mucosa, in other words, the lip that we image with our technology.
And how much tissue are we looking at right here?
Right, so the scale of this is 1 millimeter cubed, so the actual image depth, if you want, from the top surface to where we basically don't see much detail anymore is about 0.5 millimeter.
The level of detail is staggering. To get this type of resolution, they've zoomed down to 10 microns. A micron is 1/1000th of a millimeter.
If you look at this image, which is similar to this, but image processed in a different way, we're also beginning to see the vascular supply to the lip.
So those are actually, those red and yellow lines are actually blood vessels?
Yes, correct. Blood vessels.
But very fine ones.
Very small ones, correct.
Okay, Lee, what do I do here? The next test is really cool, and I'm so glad I had a manicure before I showed up. Okay.
So what I need you to do is slide your hand in this way, underneath this light. And so you can see where the laser is right there on the IR card, and try and line your finger up with that.
Okay, there we go. Wow, what's that we're looking at?
This is the end of your nail, at the end of your fingertip.
Wow.
So this is the nail right here, and this is your finger going down, and you can see different layers of the skin in your finger.
So there's a dark layer. Well, first of all, there's a very bright layer right at the surface.
Right.
And then it's dark, and then it's light. Those are all different layers of skin.
Right.
Wow, look at the nail. Look how beautifully manicured I am. And what's the scale of what we're looking at?
So from top to bottom, it's 2 millimeters. So we're seeing about 1.5 millimeters into your finger.
In addition to providing a really cool extreme close-up of my cuticles, this type of subsurface skin analysis is ideal for spotting precancers and possible issues with blood flow. You don't see anything abnormal there, do you, Lee?
No, looks good.
Good. Well, this has been an amazing adventure. I got to swallow a camera, had a close-up look at my bulging discs, and even saw my brain grooving to the beat. Well, I survived.
All right. There, and we'll stop. All right, so thank you very much for your attention, and I'll take any questions if there are some.
The session is open for questions. You all may ask the questions if any. Yeah, sure.
Thank you. It's a wonderful talk. I have one probably a naive question on what's the role of short coherence scales in your OCT measurements?
What's the rule?
The role of short coherence scales. You talked about the laser have really short coherence.
Yeah, so
what's
it's
the role of it?
I mean, there's some equations of the profile of the spectral profile as Gaussian, but it basically goes as the central wavelength squared divided by the width, the spectral width, the full width at half max. So we operate at 1300 nanometers or so as a central wavelength. So our spectral width is of the order of maybe 100 or 120 nanometers as full width at half max. So if you work out through that equation, then you get the depth resolution or the coherence length in the depth direction of about of 7 to 10 microns. So our coherence length or a depth resolution of that order of magnitude.
So that defines your depth.
That defines our depth resolution. Yeah,
so
that's how well we can see two adjacent structures.
Okay, so if you have a longer coherence scales, then your depth should, the depth resolution should increase, right?
It could be terrible. It's going to be, centimeters. So the coherence length of this laser pointer is of the order of 20 to 50 centimeters. So if that's what we're using for OCT imaging, all our individual interfaces would overlap. We get a very complicated interference pattern. We wouldn't be able to resolve, maybe my hand from my elbow, but no way will I see individual, micron scale resolution issues there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions?
I think there's a couple.
So as you mentioned, MRI and CT scan has higher penetration depth.
Yep.
Then why you are using this optical resonance, optical coherence technique?
Right, because it has to be technique specific to the question you're asking. So if you're using MR or CT, yes, you can see through centimeters of tissue with, say, millimeter scale resolution, or sometimes 7 millimeter if you're willing to sacrifice some other things. Here we're seeing with micron changes. So we therefore select things where, mucosal layers or epithelial structures or cellular resolution is important. If we want to see centimeters of penetration depth, we will never see this. So it's just, ophthalmology is a prime example where this is used a lot to see the retinal layers at the back of the eye. You could not use ultrasound or CT for that. So we're choosing applications where this type of technology in terms of resolution, penetration, contrast is suitable for the clinical question we're asking. So if the clinical question is what's happening on the back of my body and I only have access to the front, we would never ever use this technology. If the clinical question is what's happening in the mucosal layers of the esophagus during Barrett's esophagus photodynamic therapy treatment, we would never use MR or CT because they wouldn't give us those answers. So it has to be specific to the task at hand.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Couple more questions.
Thank you for this nice talk, and you have covered almost all the applications of OCTs.
No, not really.
Almost all. So, and one of my question is, you talk about radiation-induced scar formation. Yeah. So when you use OCT on that, what are the molecules or the structure you are looking at?
Yeah, that's a good question. Sometimes we look at much more grossly and globally, so we don't have molecular sensitivity or specificity. Most of the radiation damage occurs on the cellular level. What we're showing is that it's occurring on the vascular level, and there's a whole bunch of, I mentioned fibrosis, and that's collagen connective tissue. So I don't know if I'm answering your question in the context of the big compartments that make up the tissue. Which molecular pathways, OCT is not the right technology for that. There's a lot of work on the molecular damage, HER2 upregulated, downregulated molecular information, but OCT is not, especially in vivo, is not the right technology to ask that question. But there is a lot of radiation biology research primarily focused on the cellular compartment, and there is lots of molecular information from ex vivo studies on what is, which pathways are implicated and which types of molecules are more effective in what types of cells.
So, I mean, basically you are looking at the vascular generation and regeneration.
In this particular, what I showed you is mostly microvasculature, kind of capillary level stuff.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, sir. So my question to you is, like you said, in OCT, we are looking at the interference pattern. So can you briefly tell how you are getting the images? Like what are the processes that goes through in order to actually obtain the image of the blood vessels that you
Right.
show?
So succeed if you're asking me that again. So basically we generate the cross-sectional reflectivity image based on individual reflectivity as a function of depth and repeat many, many times. And so I guess you basically get a still picture of structural information. Then I take that same picture several times in the same location.
Frames.
Yeah, several
Like
frames,
multiple
correct.
frames, yeah.
And then we compare pixel by pixel in those 8 or 4 or 6 frames, and there's different pros and cons for each, how the pixel intensity varies in time. And the idea is if the structures are very viscous or solid, then the temporal evolution is going to be slow and the next picture will look very similar to the previous. if you have blood flow or even stagnant blood, just liquids, like low viscosity medium, the scatterers move around, they rotate, they move, and therefore the pixel intensity is going to vary as we look at those 4 frames or 8 frames. And we just quantify that variation. Beyond a certain threshold, we call the variance yellow or orange, and below that variation, we call it gray or black. And so that's our mechanism for getting those microvascular patterns. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay. Any more questions or comments? If not, I'll be here for the next 4 days, so feel free to ask me about this or about anything else if interested. Thanks very much. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. It was indeed a very wonderful and informative talk. I would now request Dr. Manish Thomas, CEO Bioincubator Mahe, to kindly be on stage to present a token of gratitude on our behalf to Dr. Alex Whitkin. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. We now will have a break for the next 15 minutes. You all may proceed towards the backside of this building for tea and coffee, but before this, kindly pay attention. Once again, for any further information regarding the event, you can scan the QR codes on your tags, which will direct you to a link and it will provide you all the further information. Day 0 pictures of IONS Manipal 2019 have been uploaded on the site IONS Manipal media section. You can go through them. And I once again thank all our sponsors, including Atos, Laser Science, Hallmark, DSS, Thor Labs, Torchwind Analytical for their financial support. Thank you, everyone. We'll be gathering back here at 11 o'clock and proceed with the next scientific lecture. Thank you so much. Also, the ones who are presenting posters, oral presentations, as well as the chapter activity presentations have to go to the registration desk for confirmation. I request Deepak and others to be here to load their oral presentations.
All the chapters who wish to do their chapter activity presentations, you're welcome to sign up for it even now. So if there's any representative, you do not require particularly to have a proper presentation. You can just come and talk about your chapter during the session. So if you wish to, please confirm at the registration desk. Right? Thank you.
Will you be presenting?
From, as a very nice introduction says, right, it's probably knows more about me than myself. And I'm from Taiwan, and this is the outline of my talk. First of all, I will give you an overview on steam emission. I mean, when we think about steam emission, we thought of it as a way of generating light, right? Generating laser rather than a way of detection. But it can also be an excellent way to do fluorescence detections. And then I will also give you, how we do this steam emission detection and fluorescence lifetime measurements, right, with this technique. And then I will also mention to you the prospect of using steam emission for interferometric setup, for application like OCTs. And then I also, aspect about the steam emissions that I will introduce you to how we can apply steam emission for two-photon microscopy. Because in biology, right, we talk about two-photon microscopy because it has a unique capacity of deep penetration. And whenever we want to image something serious, like a brain, then you will need the deep penetration, right? And then parallelly, OCT is highly valued for the deep penetration, right? Because in bioimaging, first you must be able to see it, and then you must be able to see it deep before you have a very, very high spatial resolution. So seeing something deep, right? It's not just a philosophical term, right? It's a real imaging concern, and this is what steam emission can give you too. Okay, so let's start with the overview of steam emissions, right? And then if you take an overview of nonlinear optical processes, right, it comes with all kinds of nonlinear optical processes. If you have been working with ultraphase laser and nonlinear optics, you will know that all this modality can be applied for imaging, right? In fact, there are so many different groups, right, applying different modality in nonlinear optics for imaging, right? But we can roughly classify into two classes. The one on the left-hand side, right? I mean, the one on the left-hand side here, the left-hand side of the dashed line, it's a one that's instantaneous, right? It's sort of instantaneous signal. And the one on the right-hand side, right? The one on the right side, you can implement in a pump probe way, right? You can implement in a pump probe way. So this is the key, right? What do we mean by pump and probe, right? Normally, we're just shooting one laser beam to illuminate a sample. But in this case, pump probe compatible, meaning that we're shooting two beams instead of one beam. And by using two beams, this is the key that will give us a lot of more flexibilities. Okay, of course, there are more than one way to implement pump and probe, but over here, we are just going to focus on stimulus emission alone, right? I mean, if I go over all of this, I probably will need 5 days, right, instead of 45 minutes, right? So we just focus on one thing, stimulus emissions. Okay, now, if we go back to the molecular science of 404 101, right, you will see these are two very important pathways. One is called Frank-Condon energy diagram. The other one is called Jablonski energy diagram. And Frank-Condon diagram basically tell you the relation between intermolecular separation and energy label. And over here, it's all about energy labels, right? So this is where the fluorescence is taking places, right? You excite something to excited state, and then the molecule will relax. However, you will relax in a very, very different way. You relax non-radiatively or radiatively, right? And then even radiatively, you can have a phosphofluorescence versus a fluorescence, so on and so forth. And in the non-radiative system, you could go into excited triplet state, intersystem crossing, or resonant energy transfer, so on and so forth. So all these processes are somehow being taken advantage of in various aspects. Now, we are only interested in steam emission. So this is how it goes, right? This goes back even a bit further, right? When we talk about light and matter interaction, if you study physics 101 or 102, probably somewhere in the textbook it will mention to you, light and matter will interact in three basic modalities, right? First of all, it's absorption. I mean, it seems so obvious, right? Just absorption. Then you will have a spontaneous emission, and then this is the part. This is the part we rely on to detect fluorescence and do the fluorescence imaging. I say it's just so automatic, right? You collect the light and then you form an image, and you collect light with a lens and you form an image, and that's it, right? Nothing more complicated than that. But then when it comes to steam emission, this is a part it probably takes more time to explain, because when we mentioned steam emission, it was more exclusively in the 60s that this is how lasers being how lasers mechanism is, right? How we were taking advantage of steam emission to create lasers, right? Now, here's the things, right? Before we go further into steam emission, if you check out the fluorescence, one key aspect about fluorescence is that because of this spontaneous nature, the signal decay on 1/r squares, right? Meaning that it would just decay as a sphere, right? As a sphere area, right? So this is exactly the reason we need high numerical optics to collect fluorescence, right? I mean, we can detect fluorescence maybe with our eyes or with camera, but exclusively we want to detect fluorescence with a microscope, right? Simply because of this relationship, right? The light decays or the intensity decay, as a function of, inverse function of the radiating spheres, right? And then because of this fact, regardless it's fluorescence or Raman, right? We would want to put the sample under a microscope objective, the high numerical objective, so we can collect the signal very efficiently, right? This is the main reason we always work with the Raman and with fluorescence under microscope. Now, there are people who take advantage of fluorescence, right, before me, right? And these are the notable groups that have taken advantage of steam emission. This is the first group, right, led by Peter So. I think he was in India for tonics, maybe last month, right? So in his earlier day, in 1995, he and Enrico Guartans, right, an expert in lifetime imaging, both of them come up with this way, right? Fluorescence lifetime imaging by asynchronous pump probe microscopy, right? So they are the first one to use pump probe to detect the lifetime. Now, there's just one problem, right? Because the work is done in 1995. Solid state laser, Moloch laser, or diode pump laser, and all these techniques are not available back then. So their choice is dye lasers and some horrible fresh lamp pump, Nd:YAG lasers. So even though the idea is very, very clever, but you can imagine, right? Not a lot of people want to use this technique because, considering the lamp pump, solid state, and the dye laser, it was just horrible combination. It was such an expensive combination. Probably only country like very rich countries, right? They can afford such technique. So it remained an idea in 1995 and just put it there. And then the field becomes silent, right, for 20 years. It is 20 years. Okay, now the next people hear about using steam emission to do a detection is because of Stefan Hale. He was very well recognized for super resolution optical microscopy in 2014, Nobel Prize in chemistry. Right, so this is him. Now, he has this clever way of basically, it's called structuralized steam emission. He was using a donut beam, right, shaping the second beam as a donut shape, right? So in this way, he was able to deplete the fluorescence region, right, basically showing down, right? By looking less, you would achieve higher resolution. That was the fundamental working principle behind his technique, right? So he has because of this work, right, he got a Nobel Prize in chemistry, 2014. And this is just a representative of his work, right? He's saying that how he improved resolution, right? Simply by coming up with the second beams, right? So I think he started this technique as early as 1993, right? I mean, he proposed the idea in 1993, but nobody paid attention, and he was able to make the first setup maybe in 2000. But then he has to wait for another 14 years before being fully recognized in the world, right? So this is a pump probe technique or steam emissions. It's just lying there for a long time, right? I mean, there are clever ideas, but because of the technology is not there, it's too expensive, so on and so forth, people are not paying attention. So it stayed there for a long time. Now, thirdly, right, in 2009, Professor Sunny Hsieh of Harvard University also come up with a clever way of using steam emission, right? In his work, so what he was interested in is that because they are fluorophore, you cannot detect, right? Remember Jablonski energy diagram I mentioned to you? Some fluorophore, they just decay too fast, so you won't be able to see it. Now, Sunny Hsieh's idea is that by using steam emission, he was forcing the excited molecule to transit radiatively, right? To change it radiatively. So in this way, even the fluorophore, normally you would not observe a radiative transition. You would observe it under stimulated emission conditions, right? So he named this so-called dark fluorophore detection with steam emission. And he published a paper on Nature for that, right? And then we repeated work. And it just seems that it was quite difficult to differentiate thermal lensing and dark fluorophore detections, right? So our work in verifying his work is that we actually come up with a good way of verifying whether it's thermal lensing or it is a radiative transition. So I will mention that later. Okay, now let's back to this diagram a little bit, right? Because we were talking about fluorescence, we were talking about spontaneous emission, we were talking about high NA numerical aperture optics. Now, when you generate steam emission, this is the key. Coherence is maintained. Your signal, your fluorescence signal is no longer spontaneous. It becomes coherent. And what that means is that the signal will not decay radiatively, meaning that even with small NA optics, you can collect the signal properly, right? You don't need to resort to high NA like a microscope objective to collect a signal effectively. So this will give you a tremendous advantage. I mean, intuitively, we can start to think that if I want to collect a fluorescence back over there, or maybe just even 10 centimeters apart, you would have a difficulty to do that with a regular optics, right? Because the solid angle is so small, right? Solid angle is so small, so you only collect a small portion of a fluorescence, right? But if I convert fluorescence into stimulus emission, the signal become coherent, and you can easily collect this signal with a small NA optics and propagate for a long distance without any decay. So this is the difference or distinction of stimulus emission from spontaneous one. And of course, we can also doing the pump probe delay, right? I mean, if you have done some optical experiment, you know that if you have pulse laser and you do pump and probe delay, and then in this way, we can measure the lifetime of the molecule. Now, here's the thing, right? If you have worked on this field called fluorescence lifetime imaging, there's one of the standard techniques is to use a photon counting, time correlated or time taken photon counting. You count photon one by one, and you also use a very fast electronic stopwatch to time when the fluorescence or when the photons comes in. Now, there's nothing wrong with this technique. It's just one problem. What happens if your lifetime is really short, right? Suppose your fluorescence lifetime is shorter than 100 picosecond, right? Can you still measure your lifetime accurately? The answer is no, because that's 10 gigahertz. And that's already almost the limit of fast electronic or microwave electronic you can have, around 10 gigahertz, right? So it's really not quite possible to count faster than that. If we use the pump probe technique, we are only limited by the pulse width of the lasers, right? We are only limited by pulse width of laser, and we can easily reach 100 femtoseconds, right? Rather than just 100 picosecond. I mean, we can have a 3 order of magnitude flexibility compared with just electronic method, right? So in this way, we can measure a lifetime, especially the short ones, right? Especially very short one, much better than the photon counting type. Okay, here is a comparison of fluorescence and spontaneous stimulated emission. Is that one is incoherent, the other one is coherent. One is isotropic emission, and this is the reason we need high numerical aperture optics. And the other one is forward emitting, so meaning that small NA optics is no problem in collecting the signal effectively. Working distance, one is a numerical aperture limited, the other one is actually beam divergence limited. Lifetime, both can do lifetime, but at different resolution, right? This one is limited by the pulse width, and this one is limited by electronics. Or temporal resolution, right, it's over here, right? You smaller radio. I mean, the best you can reach is probably 100 picosecond. Over here, you are limited by the pulse width, and I think without complicated engineering, you can easily reach 100 femtosecond, right? Of course, there will be dispersion, but 100 femtosecond is not too difficult to work with. And anisotropy, both can do anisotropy, and dark fluorophorescence, obviously the other one cannot do dark fluorophorescence, and there's a possibility for stimulus emission to detect dark fluorophorescence. Okay, let's move on to the result of stimulus emission we have obtained, right, through this technique. Okay, we are synchronized, right, in detecting stimulus emission. We are actually synchronizing two lasers together. We synchronize a diode laser that emit at 635 nanometer and a thisulfide together, right? So synchronize the two lasers together is a key to our light source and detections. Okay, secondly, the locking detection, because if you look at the stimulated photon, it's the same wavelength, same wavefront, same coherence as the coming beams. So how do we differentiate whether this one is coming from stimulus emission or from the probe beam itself? I mean, it just seems that the only way to differentiate is through locking detection, right? This is a sensible way of detecting, right? You modulate the excitation beam and you demodulate the probe beam. And then in this way, we can detect the steaming emission, right, in a locking methods. Now, locking has the advantage of that it's very sensitive. If you have a small change, only one part of a 10 million, you can still detect steaming emissions, right, with a locking detection. Now, another problem of locking is that it comes at expense of the time, right? If you do the averagings with the locking detections, and it will take times, and even though you have a very high dynamic range, you will sacrifice the the speed of detection, right? So it's not perfect, right? I mean, this is a price we have to pay. So later on, I will also mention to you that how we can get rid of locking, how we can use a different technique to improve this steaming emission features. Okay, next would be the dye selection. In fact, right, we have to thank Stefan here because he do a very exhaustive study on available dye for STET, right? He did a very exhaustive study on the available dye. And in this case, right, in our case, we choose ATO 647N, right? And we choose that because this is one of the dye that has a very long emitting wavelengths and it's very robust, right? And it has been proven to work with STET. So any dye that work with STET will work with our configurations. Okay, so this dye, we can excite at 635 nanometer, and we can do a steaming emission with a wavelength longer than 705 nanometer. In our case, we actually steaming emitted with 750 nanometers. Here is the for your information. This is a collection of various dye that's you can take advantage of this STET mechanism. Right, you can see that it covers from the blue end, right, or the violet end of the spectrum, visible spectrum, to all the way to the near IR, right? So that will give you lots of selection on that. And then there are also other tricks you can play with the steaming emission, right? You can put more dye in a certain spectral window. Now, here is another data I'd like to show to you. Remember that right now we can measure the dye because steam emission come in a collimated manner, right? It's like a coherent beam. So over here, I'm showing to you that we can detect the fluorescence 15 centimeter and maybe 200 centimeter away, right? I mean, this is not millimeter, right? This is in centimeter, right? So it will give you a sense of that how this is possible in steaming emission, but you will not see anything at all, right? If you try to do the regular spontaneous fluorescence imaging, right? I mean, I didn't show an image because it just come out as a dark, it's a bright spot. It's a bright image, and there's nothing you can ever see. But with steaming emission, you can still manage to detect the 404, right, far, far away. Okay, lifetime imaging, we just delay our two pulses, right? Right now, we have two beams instead of one beam, right? And then the laser beam comes in a pulse manner, right? It comes in a pulse manner. So if we delay one pulse against the others, right, we can map out a lifetime, quite accurately, right? So this is lifetime we are able to measure, right? It's actually much more precise than the TCS PCU would have. Okay, now if we do it with high-sulfide laser, can we do it with a two semiconductor laser? The answer is yes, right? We can easily do it with two semiconductor laser, right? By having two semiconductor laser, then we can also do a steaming emission. And then, so what's the advantage? If you have played with a high-sulfide, you would know that high-sulfide has two big problems, right? Very expensive, right? I mean, it's hugely expensive. And secondly, most of the time we are using such an expensive laser simply as a big light bulb, right? And then if it's misaligned, then you are in trouble, right? Because it would take even photonics or physics student a long time to learn how to align a high-sulfide. So with the complicated design, modern modern computer design of Ti-Silphide laser. If it's out of alignment, I think the only choice you have is to call up the service guy who probably need to be trained in the United States or somewhere for 3 months. And if you spend so much investment in training a technician, you can imagine that every time you invite this guy to your lab, you're going to pay a lot of money, right, just for tweaking a few knobs, right? So that's a problem of Ti-Silphide laser. And we use Ti-Silphide laser to justify the idea. It doesn't mean that we want to use a Ti-Silphide laser. In fact, we try to get rid of a Ti-Silphide laser, right, in our applications, right? So we have 2 semiconductor lasers. And with 2 semiconductor lasers, you are not too concerned, right? Because the laser diode usually are very robust, right? And then you don't need to maintain it. And in the worst case, even if you burn it, right, or if you just trash it, you can easily buy another one, right? And without consuming all the fund all the available grain in your lab. Okay, so we put 2 semiconductor laser and it works, right? Just as expected. So with the same data. Now, what I'm going to show it to you is that in the talk, before my talk, there was talk by Dr. Atkin on OCT, right? OCT do marvelous things. And this is the golden rule for OCT, right? This is the golden rule for OCT is that the resolution of OCT basically coming from the spectral width, available spectral width you have, right? So, of course, in this case, the spectral width we have is only in time, not the light source, right? Not a broadband light source, but still, this spectral width allow us to have some depth resolutions, right? And with this golden rule, we calculate with the bandwidth of our diode, we can reach 27 micron, right? And of course, this is not very much, right, compared with people specializing OCT. But remember one thing: OCT rely exclusively on scattering and nothing else, right? It does not work with immunocytochemistry, meaning that if you label a dye, you have to label a dye with a gold nanoparticle and to have a high reflection in order to see it. But with steam emission, you can take advantage of this, this post-diode bandwidth, that you can have some resolution out of it, right? So, we also do this coherence gating for our steam emission, and we found out that the theoretical limit is 27 micron, and our experimental limit is 47 micron, right? So in this way, we are able to detect the OCT, right? OCT signal immunocytochemistry, right? Meaning that if you do the OCT and then, of course, you only pick up a scattering. If there's no scattering, you don't see anything. But with a steam emission, you will see the labeling at the same time, right? You will see a labeling at the same time. Of course, the challenge is to have a dye, right? Have a dye that has a broader bandwidth, so you might have a deeper penetration depth or better axial resolutions. Okay, so now I've mentioned to you that we can do long working distance detection, and we can do lifetime imagings, and then we can do this coherence gating, always a steam emission. The next is that, now this is a big thing about, this is actually has grown to a very large business in using 2 photon, right? Because all the biologists in the world, right? 10 years ago or 15 years ago, they all want to have a confocal. If you do not have a confocal in your lab, your publications probably will not be so well accepted, right? So confocal 15 years ago, it was a standard. And right now, it just seems that anyone who works with a tissue imaging or maybe a brain imaging or anything that you need to go deeper, you need to have a 2 photons, right? So every biological lab want to have a 2 photon in their lab in addition to a regular confocals. Now, this is very classical photo, right? I mean, I'm using this one because when I was a graduate student at Cornell, that was when 2 photon was just being patented at Cornell University, right? So it was very interesting, right? Because the lab was not familiar with ultraphase laser at all. But they keep asking all the questions about ultraphase lab, how to work with ultraphase lasers. But when you ask them, what's your purpose? All you got is a big smile and nothing else. But then, of course, later on, it shows that it's a clever idea, right? It's a clever idea initiated by Web's group, and their publication has been cited probably more than 8,000 times, right? You know, for this particular on 2-photon. So this photo has become iconic in 2-photon confocals. So here's the problem. The inconvenient part about the 2-photon is because of these big lasers, right? I mean, having a microscope, it was quite standard in many biological labs. And having a confocal, it's not so bad, right? Because either you buy, an expensive one, like the one sold by Leica outside, or you can just engineer your own with component from Soul Lab, right? And then you will use the off-the-shelf software to implement your confocal with less than $10,000 US. Everything hardware and software altogether, less than $10,000 US. Then you can have a decent confocal. It's a matter of skill. It's not a matter of brand name, by the way. But this is really inconvenient part. Even though if you are really skillful, it's going to be difficult to maintain a femtosecond lasers, right? And then, so how are we getting around with that? I mean, there are a few approaches. One approach is people are trying to use a fiber laser right now. Fiber laser is still fastly developed at this stage. So there's a possibility, a good possibility with fiber lasers, right? And and we will see to that. I think there are more than one way to get around these problems, right? And then this is my way of, it is our way of seeing it, is that the reason we use 2-photon is because it has a deep penetrations, right? And then this is, in my view, this is the only virtue that distinct or differentiate 2-photon confocal from all the other imaging technology, right? This is a deeper penetration depth. With this longer wavelengths, right? You also come up with it has less physical aberrations, right? Meaning that these two together, right? Longer wavelengths and less physical aberration that allows you to see deeper into a tissues. And the 3D sectioning, of course, you can do 3D sectioning, not just with the nonlinear optics. You can also do it with pinhole. But it comes out as an add-on advantage. Actually, when you talk about 2-photon confocal, the axial resolution is not too impressive at all, right? I mean, the maximum you can ever get is 1 micron. And a lot of times, you'll be happy that you have a 5 micron resolution. If you are using lower NA, right? Then you'll be happy that you have a 5 micron or even 10 microns. So the axial resolution is not particularly impressive. But if you can see something deep, it means totally different. Now, I mark this in red is because the transition is through virtual state, right? So this fact requiring a femtosecond laser for effective excitation of 2 photons. How do we get around that? Okay, comparing 2-photon and steaming emission. Both of them are 2-photon process, by the way, right? Because I showed to you either 2-photon or steaming emission, both of them are nonlinear optical effect, right? Are nonlinear optical processes. So one requires femtosecond laser, the other one only requires sub-nanosecond laser, right? You don't need to make a laser much shorter than the lifetime of a 404, right? It doesn't need to be much shorter than the lifetime of 404. In fact, if you are comparable to the lifetime of 404, then steaming emission can be very, very efficient and effective. Deeper penetration, this is a wavelength dependent. It has nothing to do whether you need a pulse laser or not. Using a pulse laser will not make it have a deeper penetration, right? In fact, the deep penetration is all wavelength dependence, right? And this physical aberrations is the same things. 3D sectioning, both have 3D sectioning because of these nonlinear optical processes. Here is a key difference. One through virtual state, the other one through real state. And the outcome is that the cross section, one is only a few hundred GM, right? This unit GM is used to gauge the two-photon cross sections, right? It's a abbreviation of Gopher-Mayer, the first Nobel Prize female physics laureate. It's Maria Gopher. Oh, sorry, it's not the first one. The first one, Marie Curie. The second one is her, right? Maria Gopher-Mayer. And the third one just came out, right? The third one, Donna Strickland, right? Okay, so if you check out the cross section, it's 10 to the 10 or even larger for real estate. So you can compare these two, you can see that we have a 1 million time to 10 million time improvement on cross section. And do we still need a femtosecond laser? The answer is no, right? I can each sub-nanosecond laser and we still achieve two-photon effect, right? And then, in fact, if you are a skillful guy working with a diode laser, you can just buy a diode laser and making your own electronic, and then you can have a sub-nanosecond pulse, right? You can have sub-nanosecond pulse on your own, right? So it's a much cheaper process compared with making your disulfide lasers. Okay, so we have shrunk down this horrible big light bulb into two semiconductor lasers, right? And then the whole thing looks much more affordable, and particularly if we can work as a two-photon laser, two-photon confocal. Now, there are challenges, right? There are challenges in STEAM emission, right? Despite all this rosy picture or all this nice prospect, we still need to work out with a real problem, right? What is the signal-to-noise ratio? How do we remove a background, right? And here's the thing, right? We can remove a background, and we can use subharmonic modulation to improve our signal-to-noise ratio. The reason that STEAM emission has not caught up with two-photon is mostly because of a signal-to-noise ratio. And this is a part we are focusing on. And recently, I think we have got very decent result that it can start to compete with the two-photons, right? So I will show you, the problem we will face in STEAM emission, right? Despite all this advantage, cheaper laser, long working distance, so on and so forth, right? The problem is that if you shine a probe beam, right, a few milliwatt probe beam into a diode, detecting diode, you can easily saturate it, right? So if you keep increasing the probe power, you find yourself reaching saturations. So that's one, right? And then secondly, you would have a large background signal, right? This background signal is that even if you reduce the probe power to 0, you still have a large background. And a large background comes from spontaneous emission, right? Come from spontaneous emission. So what are you going to do? I mean, with this pump probe technique, it sounds nice. It can give you precise beta measurement in lifetime, but it has a large background. Now, we actually change our signal a little bit. Instead of detecting stimulation gain, we are detecting spontaneous loss, right? We sort of turn the table around. How about if we start to detect the spontaneous loss? Then the background is suddenly gone, and we do not have a saturation problem. So it's a big improvement on signal-to-noise ratio. So that's one, right? It becomes background free. Now, here's a comparison, right? This is stimulation gain, and this is spontaneous loss. You can see that this diagram is actually much better than this one, right, in contrast. And this is that if you detect with conventional fluorescence, right, you will not see anything, right? Or the signal level is very low. Okay, next. Right, we can also detect the lifetime, right? It's no problem, right? Repeating what we have done, right? We can also detect lifetimes. Now, here's the thing. Let's go back to locking a little bit, right? This is a very important technique. In any optical lab, we use locking, and then we just use it, right? And then rarely we question into how locking works. Now, if you check out locking is nothing more than just averaging, right? It's just doing the averaging, that's all. You are modulating a signal, and when you're demodulating just means that you are taking averaging with the electronic circuit, right? And then you can name an electronic circuit, oh, I have a high pass, low pass filter, I have phase sensitive detection, and all these electronic jargons. But essentially, we are just doing signal averaging, right? That's what locking do. Now, the problem of locking is this. How could you modulate it fast enough, right? Especially for laser, you say, oh, I use a mechanical chopper, right? I mean, if you use locking as mechanical chopper and then doing the locking. But mechanical chopper, you are limited to maybe a few kilohertz. And if you want to do more than 4 kilohertz, right, say 4 kilohertz, it's very, very challenging mechanically, right? Because mechanically, you cannot chop a signal so fast. Now, you will say, oh, I can use electro-optical modulation, right? EO modulator, then I can do 100 kilohertz or even 200 kilohertz. Now, that's fine, right? But how about if you want to do 1 megahertz, 2 megahertz, or even 10 megahertz, right? Or 20 megahertz? Is that possible? Then EO modulator is not even enough. Then you say, oh, I will use an AO modulator. AO modulator allow me to go up to 40 megahertz. But the problem of AO modulator is so difficult to use, and you are losing all your signal anyway in this AO modulation process. Right. So over here, we actually come up with a way that compared with, this is a traditional way of doing a modulation, right? We were using EO, and we were pretty happy that the EO can work maybe a few hundred kilohertz and can give us a good signal to noise ratio. But how about we start to having this so-called subharmonic modulation, meaning that we have a pump or probe working half of the repetition rate of the other laser, right? Half of the repetition of the other laser. So this is how the name comes up, subharmonic, right? Meaning half of the frequency, repetition rate frequency. And then suddenly we would have suppose one of the lasers is 76 megahertz and the other laser is 38 megahertz. Suddenly we have 38 megahertz modulation frequency, which is 2 orders of magnitude better than if you use other technique in doing modulations, right? So this is in fact how we did. Right, you can start to see that some of the not so nice photo become really, really clear pictures, like what you would see with a regular confocal or fluorescence microscope, right? The contrast suddenly improved, right, with these subharmonic modulations. And here's a comparison. If you compare the top row with the bottom row here, you can see the difference. So we saw that steam emission was a clever idea, but making it practical is always a technical challenge, right? So we actually walked through this in a couple of years of time, right? I mean, you have some idea that interesting you, but it actually takes time to improve it, right? So you can reach the status that right now, I think you can start to rival with, regular 2-photon convocals. Okay, so now another little detail that we have to choose the right detector. We were choosing a SOLAB detector, which only have a bandwidth of 10 megahertz. And there's a better detector that's available right now. That's 80 megahertz from Hamamatsu. So all this improvement counts, right? All this improvement counts. I mean, you can imagine that the idea of confocal was granted, right? It actually was filed. The patent was filed in 1957, and the patent was granted in 1961, right? So 57 years ago, or 58 years ago, right? But the first commercial confocal did not come out until maybe 1985 or so, right? So it was a long time delay, and I think steam emission has, since Peter saw 1995, it's how many years? 23 years. It's about the right time it can receive proper attention because of advancement in light source and electronics. Right, okay, so you can see the comparison. One is modulated 100 kilohertz, the other one is 38 megahertz, right? You can see the improvement in the image, right? Or signal to noise ratios, right? So our next step is, of course, to try to real sample, right? And here give you a brief conclusion and the development, right? So coherence is a unique property to be exploited for stimulus emission, right? And for that, you can have a remote and large area sensing, foldable-based detection under ambient light, projection computed tomography, fluorescence-based OCTs, right? And I think this is a big part. Reinventing two photon will make two photon so much cheaper. Right, detection of spontaneous loss signal. This is the technical part, and by doing that, we are able to remove the huge big one that associated with the pump probe microscopies. Subharmonic modulation, right? The combination of these two, of course, right? It improves things greatly. And finally, I think some of you can see. Oh, sorry. Yeah, here. This doesn't respond. Okay, and I like to thank my colleagues. Somehow it doesn't let me thank it sufficiently, or yeah. Anyway, so it would always take a team to make things possible, and I'm the one who do the talking, and the hard work is done by all the guys you see over there, right? And I stop here, and thank you very much for listening, and I'll be happy to take some questions.
The session is open for questions now. We'll be taking only one question right now, but I would like to announce that all the delegates are free to interact with the speakers during any of the breaks. So any questions? Okay, so we'll proceed further then.
Okay, yeah. Oh, sure. Yes.
I would like to call Dr. Alex Whitkin to please present a token of gratitude from our behalf to Dr. Fujian Kao. Thank you, sir. Thank you for such an informative talk. I would like all the delegates to take into notice that we have a vending machine on the first floor. So feel yourself free to go and serve yourself with tea, coffee, and some cookies during any time of the conference. It will be open throughout. We now begin with the oral presentations, and I would like to hand over the podium to Aheli Chaudhary for the same.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Aheli Chaudhary, and I'm here to introduce the oral presenters. Our first presenter, Mr. Adarsh Bhaskar Vasista, from the Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, Pune, will be speaking on the nano-micro cavity optics, polarization matters.
Yeah.
The presentation will be for 15 minutes, and there'll be a 5-minute session for questions.
Thank you. So I'm Adarsh, and I come from the western part of India, Pune, and I'm a senior research fellow there. And thank you for organizing such a wonderful conference here. And it's always nice to come back to coastal Karnataka. You have for the very fact that you get nice food and nice hospitality. Thank you very much. Okay, so coming to the talk, I'll be talking about cavity optics, which with specific emphasis on nano-sized cavities, where I'll try to convince you that the optical polarization really matters in these sort of systems. Okay, so the outline goes like this. So I'll just introduce you to molecular emission and cavities, which the previous speakers have introduced you to. And I'll go on with the sort of cavities I work with. I'll just introduce you that, and then so we have this 3M sort of system. So we make a system, we measure, and we model. So I'll be talking about the sort of cavities I make and I measure and sort of I model. Okay, so when you just Google cavities, you get a whole lot of cavities. You have cavities in trees, you have cavities in tooth, and everywhere. So basically, what are cavities? I mean, cavities is can be anything, like a void in the medium where I can trap something. So that's essentially a cavity. So if you want to trap light, then you have to make a cavity of which is pertinent to that particular system. So two very basic sort of cavities which everybody face are one based on Fabry-Pérot resonance, where you have two mirrors and you sort of impinge light into the cavity, and the light bounces back inside between two mirrors. So essentially, you trap light there. This is a traditional design, and you can anyway water down it to nano-sized cavities too, which I'll not be anyway talking about. The other one is a whispering gallery mode based cavity, where you have a smooth surface, some sort of a microsphere or so, and you sort of impinge light into it, and the light bounces back inside the inside the microsphere, which essentially based on total internal reflection based systems. So you have cavities of this sort, and both of these are traditionally like of macro size, right? I mean, a Fabry-Pérot resonator is essentially your laser cavities. The laser cavities are very big. And the sort of WGM based cavities are also very big. I mean, these are all micron sized cavities, because the cavity should be on the order of wavelength of light which you are operating with. So if you are operating with, say, 600 nanometer light, and I should at least have the diameter of my microsphere of about 600 nanometers. So these are all anyway big cavities. So if you want to reduce the size of the cavity to sub wavelength, like say I want to have a cavity of, say, of 10 nanometer width, then how do you go about it? So for that, there is a very nice concept which pumps in, which is called plasmons, where you take a metal and you shine light into it. So then what happens is you have this very nice collective oscillations of electron at the metal dielectric interface, right? You have a metallic structure, you impinge light. What happens is the electron cloud just oscillates back and forth. So what if you come with the specific wavelength of light which matches the natural frequency of this particular structure, then you have something called resonance, a surface plasmon resonance. Plasmon because you have this nice charge oscillation which is associated with it. So this is a quasi zero dimensional structure, so my electrons are localized. So if I have a one-dimensional structure, say I have one more degree of freedom, then this electron waves which are oscillating can move. So those I call it as propagating plasmons or surface plasmon polaritons, SPPs. And what happens if I mean, both of these are anyway no cavity. So if I place two metallic structures very close to each other, what happens? So I have these two very small metallic particles, about 100 nanometers in dia. I bring them very close. So what happens is my electric field in between these two structures becomes very, very large. So now I can actually have this, if I impinge light, then my electric field is localized in between these two structures. So that is essentially a cavity. So I can trap my light in between these two structures. But making this particular structure is very difficult, because making a dimer out of nanoparticles is not a trivial task. So a very elegant form of making a dimer is you take a metallic nanoparticle and put it over a gold film, put it over a mirror. So it's essentially like image charge sort of a thing, right? You have a sphere and you have an image sphere, and the distance between sphere and image sphere will definitely tell you what is the length of your cavity. But even here, you don't have you don't have the relation between how to excite the cavity and how to take back the light from it, right? So anyway, so that I'll explain in the forthcoming slides. So what we do is we put in molecules in very small structures like this and try to look at what comes out of it. Okay, so there are two sorts of light which comes out of molecules. I mean, there are a lot of other emission which a molecule can emit, but the one which we are interested in are molecular fluorescence and Raman scattering. So what is molecular fluorescence? You have electronic levels, you excite your molecule to a high energy state, you have this non-radiative transition which happens, and it comes back to the lower energy state, which is essentially given by your Fermi's golden rule. Anybody who has read Branston-Joyson would be very much familiar with the Fermi's golden rule. So the typical time scales are nanoseconds, and you get a very broad signatures. And the other way, Raman is inelastic scattering, while it is very specific to a particular molecule. So it is dependent on the molecular structure of the molecule. So if you have a molecule which can emit both molecular fluorescence and Raman scattering, how do we able to look at what is actually emitting at what wavelength, what is actually emitting at what direction? So that is a very important question to look at. For that, why understanding them is important? I mean, why at all you do it? So understanding molecular emission is particularly very important because you use it in biological imaging, you use it in quantum physics, in identification of chemical structure, etc., etc. So understanding them is essentially very important. Okay, so the question which I am looking at is, how does a molecule emit when I put it inside a cavity? Okay, so for that I'll be looking at three things: intensity of light, polarization of light, and the direction of light. Okay, so how are these intimately related? So that's the question. So you measure the parameters of light, essentially. For the intensity, you just collect the number of photons, you just come with a detector and you just see what are the number of photons I get. But what about the directionality? So if you have a three-dimensional structure like this, you know where the light is going and where the light is coming. So you essentially know what is the direction of light. But what about a microscopic structure like this? So do you know, how can you understand what is the directionality of the light which is getting emitted from this particular thing? You don't know whether it is a uniform emission or it is a directional emission, right? So essentially it's easy in case of 3D objects, but it is difficult when it comes to microscopic things. For that, what we do, something called Fourier space imaging. In Fourier space imaging, what you do is you take the light from the sample plane and use a lens, any lens, need not be an objective lens, to focus the light which is coming in a particular direction to a point. So if you just map this particular plane, what you're mapping is the directions, right? The direction in the sample plane are points in the K plane. So if you measure K plane, you are actually measuring the directions. That's it. So that's the bottom line. Since we are using an objective lens, the backfocal plane or the focal plane of the objective lens rides inside inside the objective lens. For that, you have this relay optics to take the light to the camera. Okay, so our system, which I was interested into looking at, is this. I have a nanowire, a silver nanowire, and which I place it on a gold film. And my nanowire actually comes with a very nice coating of polyvinyl paralleline, so which has about 5 to 6 nanometers, and I jam my molecules inside, in between my silver nanowire and gold film. Okay, so I have these molecules in between. I excite the nanowire, and as I told, I can excite something called surface plasma polaritons. I transfer the energy along the cavity, and this particular at the distal end it outcouples. So what I do is I just collect the light which is coming from the distal end of the wire. For that, what we observed is this. So you see, so I have a silver nanowire here on the gold film. I excite here with the polarization like this, and I collect the light only at this particular junction. So I can do it using something called spatial filtering. So I can spatially filter a particular part of my image and then project into the spectrometer. So you just look at the spectrum. You have this very nice spectroscopic background of fluorescence, and you have a very sharp emission, which is essentially Raman. So by looking at this, you never know what is the direction of fluorescence and what is the direction of Raman, right? Essentially. So then what we do is you just project into the Fourier plane, which I just mentioned. So in the Fourier plane, you see, this is the Fourier plane where each point actually gives you a direction, okay? Or each point will give you something called wave vector, or K, right? K is related to momenta anyway. H bar K is your momenta. So you can nicely see that you have this very nice sharp emission at larger Ks, right? Where Ky by K0 is near 0.95. So it's very large. But even here, this is a convoluted image. So you don't know which part of this spectrum is here, right? So that is not easily visible. So what you do is, It's a nice trick. You take this particular image and you project into the spectrometer slit. You take a very small portion of this particular image and then project into the spectrometer. So you have this wavelength resolution here as you have here, while the K resolution here as you have here. So you can nicely see that the background fluorescence, which is a broadband spectrum, has, and it's limited to a larger K vector, which is near 0.95, but the sharp emission, which is Raman, which is actually over all the K vectors. So which is insane, right? I mean, why should the emission from the same set of molecules actually give you different emission direction? That's a very intriguing question. For that, what we did was something called output polarization result emission detection. So what you do is you take the same image and you take the light from that particular point and you put an analyzer and you analyze the light which is coming direction which is parallel to the axis of the wire and perpendicular to the axis of the wire, and just look at what is happening. So what I call longitudinal and transverse. While you take longitudinal polarization, you have this very nice fluorescence, and Raman, which is riding on it, has a different directionality when compared to the transverse. The transverse, I have this all K vectors which is getting emitted, while in case of longitudinal, I have very specific K vectors which are getting emitted on case of both fluorescence and Raman. So then we asked our collaborators back at Argonne National Lab to do some sort of simulations to look at is it really the thing? Are we messing it up, or it happens? So our simulations actually give you very nice qualitatively agreeing feature, where for the transverse case you have very broadband emission, broad K vector emission, while in case of longitudinal you have only emission towards larger K vectors. If you just take a crosscut at 657 nanometer, which is the Raman wavelength, I get this nice crosscuts to verify that yes, we are doing right. Well, why actually you have different momenta? So for that, it's a very simple experiment to do. You just take the longitudinally polarized fluorescence and transversely polarized fluorescence, and you fit fluorescence fit, right? You have this very nice fluorescence fit, and over both the spectra, and you just take this very very intuitive sort of ratios. So if you just look at this Raman ratio for transverse and longitudinal, you have this very nice number of 2.5, while the fluorescence transverse to longitudinal is 1.1. It means that if you take 100 photons which are coming out, 100 fluorescence photons, if you 100 fluorescence photons which are coming out from the cavity, 50 of them are transversely polarized and 50 of them are longitudinally polarized. But if you take 100 Raman photons which are coming from the same cavity, while the 70 of them are transversely polarized, while 30 of them are longitudinally polarized, just because Raman has this very nice polarization dependence, while that of fluorescence doesn't. Fluorescence is essentially, if you just take a high Q material, a high quality, quantum efficiency material, it's essentially polarization independent. While that of Raman has this very nice e⁴ fluorescence polarization dependence. So since I have this very strong polarization structure inside the cavity, my Raman actually outcouples with this, while my fluorescence outcouples with this. So I have this fluorescence which outcouples at a larger K vector, while Raman outcouples at all K vectors. So the take home which from this is, you see, cavity modes affect not only the emission intensity. Obviously you get huge intensity because you jam in your molecules within a very small structure, while it also affects the direction of emission from the molecules. Due to the presence of complex polarization structure, you have Raman and fluorescence getting separated from each other, particularly when directions are concerned. So you see, polarization really matters. Okay, so this is where I work, -leaf. So this is my group back at IISA Pune, and we are a relatively younger institute. We are just 10 years old, and this is where my funding comes from. We have this nice IUSSTF funding, which enabled us to get the simulations done. And thank you. So I'll be glad if there are any questions. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't catch that.
That ratio, you got a 2.5 in that last slide, or second last slide, when you did the Raman ratio? Does that make sense? The actual number makes sense in terms of the 1 over lambda to the 4th directionality dependence?
Well, I mean, the number, I mean, obviously the quantitative number of it's very difficult to say if it is just 4 which actually makes you the or 2.5 which I showed is the one which is the holy number, why it comes, why does it actually pops up. It's very difficult to answer that particular question because for that you need to have very nice understanding of about how molecules are oriented. I mean, because in this particular case we have just Nile blue which is drop casted over the entire gold film. So I don't know exactly how my molecules are. So I cannot actually come up with a theoretical understanding by say this is the number which I'll get. But obviously this number, it has a consequential evidence, because that particular number will tell you how that particular number will tell you what is the amount of photons which you get out which is longitudinally or transversely polarized. So that will essentially have the effect on its directionality. So why that particular number is pretty difficult to say, at least in this particular scenario.
And maybe one more question. Do you look at other polarization modes? Do you look at elliptical light or circular light, or only just 2 transverse linear states?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. So we, in this particular case, we just had linear polarization. You just excite the, the dominant mode of the wire. While it's very interesting to look at it. So if you just come up with, let's say, a 45-degree to the wire, you excite something called chiral modes in the wire. So that if you have a chiral molecule inside, so this is not chiral molecule, by the way. So this is Nile blue, and it's a pretty known, butcher to death molecule. So if you have a chiral molecule which is Raman active, for example, then it's a pretty interesting study, because now you have a very interesting polarization structure inside the cavity, and that will tell you how your molecule actually interacts with the light. In this particular case, we haven't done it, but it's a pretty good experiment to do it, definitely. Obviously, it will have its implications in the directionality, definitely.
Thank you, sir, for such an informative talk. May I now call upon Mr. Deepak Sharma from the Indian Institute of Science Education and Research, Pune, who will be speaking on silver nanowire and optical angular momentum sensor.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. So I am again from IISER Pune, and thank you, organizers, to give me this opportunity to present my work here. So others talked about how we can use wire as a cavity, right? I will be talking about other facet of the wire. I will be talking how we can use this wire, that is plasmonic nanowire, as a angular momentum sensor for light. Okay, so let's start with very important part, that is the team. So I am not the only one who works. So this is the team. So one is this one. He is our scientific advisor, and one who is missing here, he is the junior most guy here. Okay, so we all together work and try to solve this plasmonic problems related to wire and other things related to fluid dynamics. So funding, for me, funding comes like others. Just in this case, we have other funding from CEPIFRA, that is a Indo-French government scientific institution. Okay, so let's talk about the scientific part. So here I will be introducing you about the angular momentum of the light. We can have orbital angular momentum and spin angular momentum. Then I will be mostly concentrating on the orbital angular momentum because I have a limit of time. So I will be talking about the generation, detection, and application. And then I will talk about our method, how we can detect OM, that is orbital angular momentum at sub-wavelength scale, scale less than the wavelength. Okay. So then this part he has already covered. So I will go through very quickly because this is the technique which I also use, Fourier space microscopy. And then I will show you the experimental results and then I will conclude my talk. Okay. So if you see a laser inside the lab, what do you have? The output of the laser, if you take a cross cut, it looks like Gaussian. Okay, so the intensity profile of a laser is Gaussian. If you see, if it propagates, it diverges, but the profile remains Gaussian. Okay, so this is a typical laser output, but we can generate. So this kind of, if I have linearly polarized Gaussian beam, it does not have any optical angular momentum, but we can generate optical angular momentum by two means. One, if I modulate the polarization of the light, that is, if I make my polarization to the from linear to circular polarized, then it becomes. So what happens? Your so this, if this is the direction of propagation, your electric field will be like this. It will be rotating. So it is called optical spin angular momentum. So this is by changing the polarization. Another thing that is the orbital angular momentum. We can generate this by changing the phase, spatial phase of the light. That is looks like this. So if spin angular momentum interacts with a particle, it will spin a particle. Okay, and this happens. I will show you. Okay, so when your orbital angular momentum interacts, it can make particle rotate in an orbit kind of thing. So because I will be talking about only this, so let's see how it. This is a just if wave is traveling in this direction, your pointing vector and propagation direction is no longer in the same direction. Your pointing vector will be preceding, and it will be giving a wavefront like this, so helical wavefront. Okay. So okay. So how to generate? So I will be talking about only this part. So how to generate orbital angular momentum? So in free space there are many methods. Okay. So as I told you, we have to give an extra phase. Okay. So this part which I am calling at m equal to 0, that is okay. These all solutions, whatever I have showed you, these are the solutions of Helmholtz equation. Okay, every solution satisfies this equation, that is wave equation. So m equal to 0 is the simple Gaussian solution. So if I give some phase to this Gaussian solution by some means, that is some device which is available in the market, that is a spatial light modulator or phase plate or cylindrical lenses, by using any of them, I can give an extra phase and I can make this light rotate like this. The wavefront which was like flat, now it will be helical. Okay, and it can have different states. Okay, it can have plus states, it can have also minus states. Okay, so now this is at free space. If I am working on a table or even in kilometer range, if I want to send my information using this from here to suppose Pune, then I will be using this kind of devices. But if I want to work on a chip or chip, photonic chip, then what people are using is something called metamaterials. So these are structured materials. So if I send a light with some particular polarization, and that is Gaussian again in nature, this particular material gives the phase information to this light, and this wavefront which was previously Gaussian now becomes helical. Okay, so now before this it was not having orbital angular momentum, now it has the orbital angular momentum, and I can use this on a chip. Okay, yeah, so this is just a part. So this kind of, if I take a correct cross section of these particular beams, Gaussian cross section looks like this, then I can generate higher order Gaussian beams like this. Okay, these beams are called Lagor Gaussian beams. Okay. Yeah, so that's right. This was about the generation. Okay, I talked about how we can generate. Now, what OM can do? Okay, so first thing, it can manipulate. Okay, it can move your. This what you are seeing is a silver nanowire. It is on substrate and it is in fluid. So your angular momentum light. If I was signing this with Gaussian beam, it was static. But if I change it to that helical phase front, that is Lagor Gaussian beam, that carries angular momentum. Your angular momentum is transferred to this wire, and now this wire is rotating. And I can change the speed. You can see this L number, which is the mode number. By changing the mode number, we can control the speed of the rotation. Okay. Another thing is the quantum memory device, because as I told you, it has as many as infinite orthogonal states. So I can store information in different different states, and those are orthogonal to each other, so they will not interact to each other. So it can behave like that also. And for optical communication, because it many states, and so basically this is another parameter to light. Like if I want to define a wave, what I do, I tell what is the frequency of wave, I tell what is the polarization of the wave, and then this will be another parameter, what is the angular orbital angular momentum state of the light. And because in the case of polarization, we do not have that much freedoms, linear polarization, elliptical polarization kind of thing, but here we can have infinite many states. So I can, my information transfer can be enhanced by many folds. Okay, so this is not just the case. It can do many things. People have used it in nonlinear optics to enhance the nonlinear effects, but just I am sticking to this part. So, but how, okay, everything, whatever I am showing here, it comes, we can use this, suppose, orbital angular momentum in a communication only when if I can detect different states, okay, because different states will be carrying different information to me. If I somehow can detect them, only then I will be knowing which state is carrying which information. Okay, so the detection of OM. So conventional method, people use interference. They take a plane wave and interfere this particular OM carrying wave, and they form different standard patterns. Using that, we can say that which state, whatever I am receiving, is of having which OM number. Okay, and this is in free space, but people have done this at nanoscale also. So this is a nano hole in a gold film. So if you come by some angular momentum beam, so it will transmit through it, but it also generate a plasmon here. That plasmon will act as a point source. So it will, both of them will interfere to each other, and then like this particular thing, which were forming interference patterns or some standard patterns in free space, it will be forming at nanoscale. Okay. And there are other techniques also using surface plasmons, which others introduced. These are oscillation of electrons on the metal surface. We can use that technique also. But there is a problem with this, all these techniques. Either if I talk about interference things, so those are limited by reference beam, because I have to match the intensity of my reference beam to the intensity of the beam which is carrying the information. Otherwise, the visibility will be very low. Okay, or they are limited by complicated nanostructuring. So here we present a method that is that use a single nanowire and which can detect the OM at, because this single nanowire width is around 300 nanometer, and we have gone even lesser in diameters, and we see that using a single nanowire we can detect OM state. So if you see here, what is the system which we have a nanowire on top of a glass substrate. We come with LG beam, we weakly focus it using low numerical aperture lens, and we collect with high numerical aperture lens, and then we see far field emission. Okay, so that is basically is done using Fourier plane microscopy. that is already, as explained by others, it will be containing information about in which direction your light is going. Okay, this looks like this. So this have wave vector information about ky. Ky is corresponding to the y, and kx is Fourier transform of x. Okay, so if I do not have any nanowire in the beam, okay, beam focus, then there is the beam looks like as a donut shape, which is the actual shape of your beam, OM carrying beam. But if I take wire inside this, we have a asymmetric pattern which is carrying information about the OM. Okay, so this is Fourier imaging, again the same stuff. Okay, so just the thing, if we have macroscopic object, we can see in which direction light is going. But if it is coming from a 2D surface, which the 2D image of a microscope, then we cannot say, because we will be not having information about the third dimension. Okay, so for that we use this simple technique, that is of Fourier transform mechanism by a simple lens. And this is what he has already discussed. So how do we generate these beams? So we use this particular setup. So we are using a SLM, that is a spatial light modulator, that gives a phase to the Gaussian beam, which is coming from the Hini laser that is working at 633 nanometer. And then we generate kind of 3 beams. And then we we focus it on the nanowire and collect with higher numerical aperture lens. And then we especially filter the particular part, this part. Okay, so I will tell you the only part which is having wire as well as the your beam. We will filter that at the real plane image, and then block the direct light which is coming at the center to enhance the contrast, and then collect at the CCD. Okay, this is very simple setup. So these are the results what we observe. So this is what I am showing is the scattering of 3 beams. 2 beams which you see, this is Gaussian and this is HG beam. So this and this beam does not carry angular momentum. Okay, so you see the pattern which is coming in far field are symmetric. Okay, but if I give angular momentum to the beam, that is orbital angular momentum, as a Lagrangian beam, then the symmetry which was there in these 2 beams breaks, and now we have a asymmetric pattern. So that means my OM information which was there in my beam is now transferred to this asymmetric pattern. So my wire is sensing the OM. Okay, now the question is, and these are the near field results. So whatever we are seeing here, which we are calling the far field, that is basically convolution of the near field. So the changes are happening near to the wire, that's why we are seeing it at the far field. Okay, so now this is the thing that at this point we got that my OM is changing my scattering, but the detection comes if I can detect the magnitude as well as the sign of the OM. Let's see whether wire can does this or not. So we checked that. So we went from L equal to -1 to -2, -3, and many more. So if you see for -1 we are having 2 lobes, for -2 we are having 3 lobes, for -3 the number of lobes is increasing, and we have seen till I'm showing here for +7, but we can go as many as feasible. Okay, but whenever we go in higher end modes, they diverge. So practically they are limited. But as you can see, so the number of ports are increasing in number. So that is because when your beam travels, this splits into the number of vertices that is equal to L. That is the topological charge of this. So using this method, we can detect the magnitude of the OM. But what about the sign? We can also detect the sign, because if I sign LG +1, that scatters in this direction. If I sign LG -1, that scatters in opposite direction. This is happening because now when OM was rotating in this direction, pointing vector was in this direction. So scattering is preferential in this particular direction. And if I change the direction of my pointing vector or OM, it will scatter in just opposite direction. This is like this is not the analogous to, you can see the spinning of a ball. If you are a fan of cricket, then how they spin the ball in particular direction, that comes with, not with the orbital angular momentum, that comes with the spin angular momentum, but the analogy you can take that. Okay, so this is a very robust technique. We checked with different diameter. We went to even further less with 100 nanometer. We can see the effects. We change the cross section. Even there, we see the effect, and we change the wavelength there also, and nanomaterial material of the nano wire, and then this can also potentially work as a positioning sensor, because if I change my position perpendicular to the nanowire axis, I can see the changes. So this particular technique, whatever we are using, works as a positioning sensor for the nanowire, and this is what I talked about. I talked about different, these are only two kind of optical or angular momentum. One is orbital angular momentum and spin angular momentum, Fourier space microscopy, and I showed you how we can use nanowire as a OM sensor at sub-wavelength scale. So thank you. Questions? Yep, sure.
So why do you have to spatially filter your image?
Okay, so that is not needed. That is just to avoid the spurious scattering from the other part of the sample. No, that will not affect my anything in my detection. Yep, there it is.
Why have you chosen 300 nanometer, or
Sorry?
is it an optimum length?
What?
Why have you chosen 300
Oh, 300. Okay, no. So that was what we prepare in the lab. So that was the sample which was available. But we did simulation. So you can see simulation nicely. So for this is the diameter. Okay, diameter of the nanowire. We are changing the diameter of the nanowire, but the OM effect is preserved. So we can use any nanowire up to the wavelength. If obviously if I'm going very large, that is not any longer nanowire.
That is also dependent on your optical source which you are using.
That is why wavelength. Yes.
Yes. And
Yes,
what
wavelength.
kind of wavelength are you using? What is the wavelength?
633 nanometer. This is a Hini laser, helium neon laser, gas laser.
And have you checked about the optimum length or optimum length of the nanowire up to
Okay,
which
so
you can?
that's a good question. Yeah, I got
up
it.
to which you can
So-
simply act as a sensor.
So so nanowire length should be bigger than the spot size. If your nanowire length is less than spot size or equal to spot size, then scattering from ends will also be there. So your scattering pattern will be perturbed by that scattering. Yeah.
It's a very nice talk.
Yeah.
So I have two
Thank you.
questions.
Yes.
Actually, my question is, your nanowire is metallic nanowire?
Yes.
What is that?
AG nanowire.
Silver nanowire. Okay.
Silver nanowire.
So have you thought about if you use polystyrene nanowire, will it work?
That is what we are showing, material dependence. So we use AG nanowire, that is metal. We use perfect electric conductor. Okay, making this material using in simulations, that we made this material perfect electric at 633 nanometer. Then we see the same effect is there. We made it dielectric also, ZNS, the same effect is there. So this is just scattering what matters. So the cross section may vary, right? So if you are using metallic nanowire, your localized plasmon may play a role, but not that much.
Okay. And my second question is, what are the applications? You have told one is your quantum memory, right?
Okay, yeah. So
other application, like, is there any biological application or something?
Yeah, sure. So, okay. So when you use, so what I showed was the beams which was carrying angular momentum are scalar beams. Now you can generate something called vector beams. Those are polarized in radial direction or azimuthal direction. When you focus these beams, they have a very good, a very strong component in Z direction. So if your biological tissue is aligned in this particular direction, you can probe that. And people have done that.
I mean, what I think is maybe you can this technique can be used for cell lysis if you can do with a cell. But I know now the size of your nanoparticle is around 300, right? 300 nanometer.
But
length.
you can use, so I have used it 300 nanometer
Right.
particle, but you can use different size.
Yeah, I mean, can it be used in like biological cell and you like rotate it to do something?
Sure. So you can rotate that. And also, if you have the last speaker or last speaker told the invited speaker, he was talking about uh, spatial resolution, high resolution microscopy. There also they use this donut shaped beams. They saturate this and come with another beam. Then it can break the diffraction limit. Also, it has humongous application in this particular field. As I said, this is an additional optical parameter like polarization and other things. And this one is new, so people are looking at it. Okay, any further question? Okay, I'm here for all the time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that enlightening talk.
Thank you, Aheli. A big round of applause for the oral presenters. We now have a lunch break till 2 p.m. You all may proceed at the back side of the building for lunch. We'll gather at the same venue at sharp 2 p.m. Also, all the people who are presenting posters may proceed to the first floor and put their posters during this lunch break. First floor, the poster boards are ready. After lunch, we'll be resuming with the next oral presentations by Bharat HR, Harsh Ranawat, and Etos. Once again, I thank you all for being here, as well as I thank all our sponsors, Etos, Laser Science, Hallmark, DSS, Thor Labs, and Toshman Analytical for their financial support. The oral presenters for the next lot are requested to give their presentations to the technical department here.
you